And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's see. We got a Royal Nomi, Mr. Wizix. You just noticed your new logo. You like it? Yes, there's a few surprises here or there. Some things still need to get changed. Hey, Cruising Girl, how's it going? Hey, Rittenhouse, what's up? What'd you break? I didn't break anything, but we will get into that momentarily. I was a bit running late today because I got up, I found the joy of the gift that keeps giving here, and went downstairs. I just went back downstairs, took a shower, and have been trying to get my woo-saw going, and posted a few things up on the internet and stuff, and then decided, hey, we might want to get the stream started here. So I got the stream started and had to go down and get some coffee. Yeah, it's been a morning so far. Been a morning. I would have had more changes to the channel made, but I forgot that yesterday was. It's been a week. It's been a week. Too many nights staying up till 2, 3 in the morning, and my body's telling me about it. It's complaining about it, and I forgot completely about D&D night last night. So went and played D&D and with Evil Diesel and didn't get a chance to set some things up, but I did get pirate ship set up. So the two folks that won the Soval SV06s, after stream, I'll be going and dropping those off. And thank you to everybody that suggested pirate ship because that's about saved me at least 50 to 60% off the cost of shipping those two things. So I appreciate that. Um, Hey, Petty Ruxpin, welcome on in. Everybody's doing good. Yeah, hey, kid at 3D Print. How's it going? It's gonna drive me nuts. I need up underneath. Uh, it's feeling an okay eagle. It looks horrible, but it's it's a bruise, right? I mean, um it's ugly. So yeah, pirate ship is definitely amazing. That's the way to go. So yeah, the everything's labeled and ready to go. I just need to take it and drop it off at UPS. So I mean, it was printing. It printed a boat, right? We got bedsheet. It's got a little bit of fur on it, but that was just because I apparently. I mean, this cookie cat filament has been. It was open at 3D Printopia, so September, October. It has been sitting around different parts of the house, and the fuzzies, the fur on here. That's kind of hard to see, but if you saw the photos that I posted on X, um, that's one. You hit it with a heat gun, that's gone. Um, I just need to dry the filament, and I will say, let me go to the bench side, and we'll see the disaster. Right. I will say that one, the bottom of this, we got that first layer dialed in. The bottom was looking great. And I will say on the bow here, you can see right about here where it's kind of just rolled over a little bit more. It's not as defined. Like this side looks like it. This side, not so much. If I can play with the light effects here. Um, but overall, it's a good benchy. You can probably see some of the fur that I was talking about in there. But it's good benchy. Um, so it was pretty fine. It printed this hexagonal chain beautifully. In fact, Evil Diesel's daughter has it. And then this happened. The good news is the extruder pushes really well. The bad news is we have, let me see if I can pick this up here. Yeah, we sheared the hot end off. Um, we have filament shards everywhere. Down here, um, up here. I'm going to see how much of this filament we can potentially salvage because it just kept pushing it through. Um, the good news is when the heater broke, or when the nozzle sheared, and when I say the nozzle, I really mean when the oh crap, yeah. This goes all the way through the extruder and then does the loop-de-loo. So let me see if I'm hoping beyond hope that I will be able to pull some of this back through here and salvage some of this cookie CAD because, well, it's cookie CAD. And the good news is we're going to be completely redoing the umbilical. So if I can get our PTFE tube out of here, we should be able to recover some of this cookie CAD filament. And not from that point. That's definitely busted. But yeah, this is what I came into this morning, this cluster. It did push a lot of this filament through and oh, there we go. There's the end. So that's about all I'm going to recover out of this. Everything else is off the reel. And what we'll do is we'll pull this, try and clean things up, and I will show you kind of what happened. And I'll tell you, I'm still looking for some pieces. Okay. And when I say I'm still looking for pieces, I am looking for the pen of the BL Touch is gone. I don't know where. It is gone. So yeah. Let me shut this down. I probably should have tried to move this, but it's going to make me home it first, most likely, before I do anything, which I'm not going to be able to do because, once again, the pen for the BL Touch is gone. It's non-existent. I don't know where it's going. Don't know where it's been. Yeah, what the heck happened? Well, so if I can get some of this crud out of here, Petty, I'll try and show you a little bit more of what happened. That's kind of what I'm getting at, or trying to get to. Part of what we're seeing is the extruder kept extruding. Huh. I now have melted plastic on the rear mount here. Okay. What I'm trying to really do is get some of this stuff out of the way so that I can get in here reliably and um move some things around without causing any other damage. Now, the silver lining here, I was going to have to undo all the wiring for the umbilical and pull it out anyhow to replace this rear electronics box so that we could add a fan in here. Another good thing is we didn't have a fan in here because that would have caused a major issue had all of this stuff been able to drop down in here. There's a few things that are in here. They're going to have to do some cleanup, but let me bring you guys in here. Right, so we had all kinds of stuff down in here. I'm probably going to have to take the vacuum in here to get some more of the stuff out, right? But we sheared the heat break, completely sheared the heat break. And then everything decided to start collecting. Gonna see if I can drop the bed manually. Triple lead screws, so we'll be able to get all of this back into alignment later on. But you can see the mess that we got here. That completely sheared off. There's the thermistor wires, and that's what caused, when the thermistor busted out, that's what caused the thermal shutdown. So nicely enough, it did do a thermal shutdown. We did burn through, oh no, that's the, I thought we burned through something. This is the covering, the wrap that goes around the heat break. So that's the insulating wrap that went around the heat break. Yeah, you can kind of get an idea of the file that I was printing here. Whoops. Get this mounted. I was doing this hexagonal keychain is what it is. Like I said, I'll have to get the one that I gave to Evil Diesel's daughter and get a little video of it, but I wonder, it almost looks like this got caught and pulled off, and when it got pulled off, it got tangled, and then we sheared this hot end. Yeah, we sheared the heat break. We pulled out the thermistor. Surprisingly enough, looks intact. Yeah. Wow. What a mess. I still have not found the pen for the BL Touch. And also, let's see if we messed up this KB3D plate. We might have. Like, yeah. think we did screw up that plate some. I don't know. I'll see if I can get this cleaned off. Now let me, I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place right here. You see if we can't bring this down a bit more. And I'll get the camera in underneath. And we'll try and show you what we've got going on here. Now, I will say this has nothing to do with the triple lead screw mod and everything to do with something somewhere hung up. And when that happened, like I said, it looks like we took the insulating tape off of the hot end. That got stuck in the filament. And when that happened, we sheared the heat break. What's up, Mrs. Dragon? Oh, well, yeah, I got it cleaned up. Like there's all the filament that I could not recover. And like I said,
Gracious.
yeah, it's a decent amount of filament that's gone. Like I said, I still have not figured out where the BL Touch pen went, but it is not in the BL Touch. So let's bring you all in here a little bit closer. So we've got a lot of filament gunk up here. So I'm not sure if the BL Touch is recoverable, or if I would want to attempt it. This may just be a complete. So there's the thermistor, and the thermistor gets hooked right there. So that's done for. And then here is, if I can get an angle. So yeah, we sheared that off directly. No, it's not 100% flat, but that definitely sheared off. The melted some of the piece there. And then like I said, we may have destroyed this plate. Don't know. It may be recoverable if I can get some of this off. Might have to take a scraper to it, but yeah, that's. But yeah, I think at this point, the best way forward. Again, give me 1 second, folks. If you want to. Sorry, folks, trying to get the scraper blade set up for Mrs. Dragon here. Something else that's fighting me this morning. Okay. Yeah, so I think we're going to take the whole tool head back off here. And yeah, the good news is what prompted me to come up is my bamboo was telling me that the filament cannot be retracted, which was just a case of the spool was getting too light. And apparently when that happens, See, I thought we were going to have a good print. But I think what's happening is I've got an issue with my... No, there's not. That's where it scratched the plate. Yeah, that's not usable, folks. So I think what happened was my first... I'm hearing a lot of squeaking out of my first lane on that printer. And I think I'm just going to move it over into third lane. And I'm going to have to get some replacement parts to probably replace something in the first lane motor there. So yeah, it was a morning full of fails, apparently. Good gracious. I thought at least this was going to be a bright spot, but nope. Under extrusion and another failed print. That's, can I see that? Scraper. So yeah, this was not a good morning. This was not a good morning. And the dragon did. Yeah, we got Munchkins and Duncan. I'm sorry. Let me come up here and look and check out chat. Hey, Bearded Printer, welcome in. Shrimp Father, welcome in. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Kenneth 3D Prints. So I like what you're doing with the XY so far. Is there a place I can find the files for? Yes. You go out on printables. We come out here to printables. And I probably have it up. There we go. So what I did was I just went to printables and did a search for EnderXY. This is the files that I used. And honestly, you can leave the metal, the CNC metal attachment points in the front and just replace the rear. But I wanted to replace them all because I like the look of it. But this is the actual Triple Z that we did. Sorry, I'm trying to get caught up on chat. Lots of good mornings. Hey, Musaka, welcome in. Robotech, welcome on in. Yeah, it was a rat's nest. No, the print is not salvageable. The print would be melted and used somewhere else, but the print's not salvageable. Yeah, hey Hutch Makerspace, welcome in. Yeah, it's gonna be a long coffee day. And people are saying good morning, Mrs. Dragon. So yeah, that's a pretty rough start to the weekend. Hey sis, how's it going? So you're gonna have to look at the pictures that I posted to Xwestery. But yeah, we walked into a cluster, and I do mean cluster because you've messed it up, but you can bring it over here and I can fix it. Well, no, it's a pain in the butt. And I would prefer that you not cut yourself with it, but you do you. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you can show those off if you want. So I will say that there is some damage on one of the prints, like there is some melted plastic here. Don't know how we got plastic melted back here. Well, I do know because it probably happened when the hot end itself got sheared off and was still hot. So we got some melted plastic way back here. And this is actually like melted PLA that I, I didn't think PLA attached to ABS, but it's there. Yeah, apparently it does at a specific temperature. I'm going to have to continue to pick out little bits of filament that's back here, but this whole box I think is going to change because we're going to add I'm going to modify the CAD here, which is good because we're going to have to pull all of these wires out because this wrapped wire is the umbilical. Yeah, we get to basically redo everything that we've done because we're going to have to take the tool head off of this because I don't think it's salvageable. And I don't think I'm going to have to get some eyes on the BL Touch once we get some of this disconnected and see if that's salvageable. But what you got? Yeah, I would take it down and wash it with the Dawn Power Wash. So what we can do, because I do not have a replacement for that, but funny enough, we had just talked about this earlier, but we're going to have to CAD something up is we do have a Smart Orbiter 3 that we can put on here. Oh yeah, Westry. Like I said, look at X, but we sheared the hot end off. What I'll say sort of saved it is the thermister came off when the wrapping was taken off, and it just kept pushing filament. It pushed the entire print until it failed. But the BL Touch here, I can't tell this. It looks like some potential scorch marks here. I don't know. And the pen's gone. Now somewhere I do have like a set of 5 extra pens, but yeah, I think this BL Touch is just gone. So we're going to have to figure something else out for a probe, right? That could be, I've got Penda probes that we can use, similar to the old Mark IIIs. I don't think I have another BL Touch, but options I do have would be the Orbiter 3, which would be a light option. Ooh. Actually, it looks like I do have a BL Touch. It's a BL Touch Classic. And I've been holding on to this as well that I was planning on putting on the TiVo Tarantula. So this is the Micro Switch NG Revo. So this is their next gen extruder, the all metal extruder. So this is kind of a drop-in replacement for the whatchamacallit, for an Ender. In this case, I think it's the Ender. It's got the Ender 5 sled, but I do have an Ender 3 sled for it. However, this sled is made to go on V wheels, and we don't have V wheels, so we could still have to CAD something up. But we do have one of these. Like I said, the plan was always to put this on the TiVo Tarantula. Clicky probe. I'm not a huge Clicky probe fan. In fact, I just recently put Clicky, I think, on something that came with it. What was that? On the LH Stinger. I put a Clicky probe on the LH Stinger, and that's the first time I've ever used it because I've never used it for whatever reason. But I think my plan here will be to do the Orbiter 3 extruder because this does a couple of things for us. One, it's another really, really tiny package, right? This does accept the, I believe this does do the Revo nozzles or something very similar. So it is an all-in-one. So we do have a full hot end in here. We also have, we just have to figure out how to mount it, which, we catted up this mount so I could easily cat up how to mount the other one. Hey, look, got another 1.5 millimeter driver in here. So no, this uses standard nozzles, but there's the heat break for it. So it is a complete system. It's all in one in here. We've got plenty of cables and even got a CHT 0.4 nozzle. Yeah, this is what we're going to do is we'll put this on. Now, once again, we're going to have to figure out the mounting solution for this and figure out how to mount this. I'm also going to have to figure out how to unmount this because I can't remember exactly how I mounted it. I do have a BL Touch Classic, so this is like an old version that we can put in here. So yeah, I think that's going to be the way forward here is to go through and do a full hot end swap over on this using this new setup. Things never go back in the box the same way they came out, huh? And that's actually a smaller overall package than what was there. So we might actually get some more room back. First off, though, we're going to have to work on just taking all of this off. Back to square one. Yeah, I mean, everything that I was printing yesterday failed. The print on the bamboo failed. The print on this failed. Okay. Good news is it looks like the plate is good. So, yeah, as good as it can be, according to Mrs. Dragon. On you. There we go. Trying to get this last one out without cutting any of the wires. Go ahead and pop these. Well, hot end. Try and do the bed ones as well. Just end stops come in a different way. Port cooling and hot end fan. We'll need to take those out. We have a CR Touch lying around if you need it. Yeah, that's not a problem. I can definitely reach out to you, Petty. I need to look and see what I've got. I have a feeling that, well, one, that other BL Touch, like I said, may work just fine. But but I'm gonna have to figure out how to mount this first. We're gonna do some catting because it will mount um, this side to the back plate. So it'll face this way. So this is going to be a lot um, shorter. Um, but what am I thinking? My brain's a mess. Raspberry Pi. We're gonna need the extruder wire out of here. Um, the brain, please start working. These come out and we're gonna have to figure out how to mount it. So I'm gonna have to cat up a new mount. We're gonna have to then figure out, okay, how would we even mount the any type of probe, right? We're gonna have to come up with a probe mount, and I don't know if any of that stuff is already available anywhere. So we may have to go through and do a lot of spelunking of the interwebs. And let me see, I'm probably gonna have to pull these out one at a time because it is kind of busy in there. So there's that. Get these wires out. Those. And trying not to have to do a lot of redoing of cables here. So if I can get these pulled out, it's gonna be cool, but might not. I might have to, let me get these out. Let's get the bed wires out of the way, which would probably be easier to go this route. Goes this way. That one's gonna be the pain. Okay. Excellent. Forgot about that one. There we go. So the umbilical's out. We pulled one of the thermistor crimps out, but that's easy enough to push back in. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, whatever type of probe I do, I'm definitely going to have to CAD something up or see if there's a mount already designed for it. We're also going to need to come up with a part cooling fan. So that'll be two things that we'll have to work on for this new toolhead solution, whatever that solution winds up being. Everything else is still in there. That one. This is that one. We can probably pull this one out because it's not needed anymore at all, but we'll leave it hanging around there for now. Okay. I'm gonna put these in here so that they're out of the way because everything else that we're going to have to work on is up here now. And some of this we may need to reuse, like the 5015, and the XN stop wire can stay there, but a lot of this is going to come out, and possibly we may need to extend wires. So we'll, if we need to, we'll cut, recrimp. Um, There's our yeah, I mean, that's pretty much going to need the full hot end. And when I say full hot end here, I mean the uh, the nozzle, the heat break, probably the heat block itself to make this workable again as a extruder system. Um, let's see about getting this off and figure out how to that off. And I am sorry. ET was your first printer, got me printing. There you go. Yeah, the TiVo Tarantula is an awesome printer. I do need to get back, and that's another one that we're going to be putting on the bench here this year, and get that going again because I really want to see that printing again. So this fan is reusable. We'll just set it aside, potentially be using it as the part cooling fan for the Orbiter 3. But once again, like I said, I got to find a fan shroud for it. And here's how clean Mrs. Dragon got this. As you can see, it looks like there's some damage, but I don't think it's going to be damage that this plate can't be used anymore. We can always flip it over, get a nice clean side, but I think this is still usable. You can just see where it is probably dragging the nozzle across the top of it. Okay, so one fan out, the BL Touch. Like I said, we'll have to pull this out. Pretty sure that BL Touch itself is toast. Might be worth getting a new BL Touch if that's the way we decide to go. I think somewhere I have eddy probes though. I think I ordered some. I know I was thinking about ordering some, so hopefully I did. I can find those. Um, Having bed adhesion problems. Yeah, just drive your hot end into the bed and it should adhere just fine. Um, or, use some Vision Miner. I will really um, chat up Vision Miner. It is a solid, solid option. I'm out of there. You can do it. B L. I will say I've yet to have a motor wire that doesn't want to come out of a motor. There we go. Part of the housing out with it. This is the build that just keeps on giving, apparently. Okay, so we're just going to leave that attached. Um, 4 screws that hold this mount onto the front side of the extruder. Hey, Dark Golem, how's it going? We are, well, tearing things apart again. How's the build going today? Well, Silverback, the build was going great. We printed, we printed both. We got Benchy out on the last stream, and I printed another part that I gave to Evil Diesel's daughter last night. And then this part here that we were printing was a complete failure, as can be noted by the fact that we've got filament all over a BL Touch. We've got a pin completely missing from the BL Touch. Filament completely covering the pinhole of the BL Touch. Oh, you know what? There's the pin's still in there. It's just, yeah, the pin is technically still in there. It's just covered up with filament, and I don't know if I will be able to get this filament off without breaking that pin. Because I don't necessarily want to apply heat, because that is a plastic housing on the BL Touch as well. So maybe the BL Touch is still good. I'll have to do some cleanup work on that and figure that out. But the hot end's definitely busted because, well, there's the hot end. So there's the nozzle. That's where the heat break should be at. It's no longer there. Yeah, it completely sheared off um the hot end. And I'm trying to see how this mounts on here. This screw goes into a whatchamacallit, a lock nut. That's the mount itself. That's not going through this at all. There's one in the top and one in the bottom. Is this just one in the top and one in the bottom holding this on? I think that's might be all that's holding this on. I don't know how it happened. I started a print overnight, and I came into a beautiful mess, which I posted the video that I did on YouTube and X. So if you're interested, you can go and look at either one of those resources. And see the video. Yeah, go get some coffee, Westery. Hey, Timor, how's it going? Got a message from robotics team that the Prusa Mark IV has an overcurrent wiring. Oh no, or overcurrent warning. Okay. All right, so there and there. Okay, there is a. One from the back. Yeah, I knew that there was a way that this all had to be pieced together. So there's 3 screws that hold the extruder to the printed mount. Well, there's at least 3 screws. Is there fourth? Just trying to think my way through this. Like, how the hell is this? No? Oh, duh. I'm like, why is it still attached? So there's 3 screws, 1, 2, and 3. So each on each side of this, there's 2 holes on each face. So there's one at the top, one at the bottom, and one in the back that's holding the extruder part onto the onto the plastic piece. And then the fan here is holding the front side on. So I need to undo the fan, and that will allow me to pull the extruder off. We can get the mount off. Just took me a minute to try and remember how this whole thing went on here. After all, it's been over a year. What tool head am I going to switch to? Here we go. So here's the H2 V2S Lite extruder. Like I said, there's 2 holes on each face here. So we had 1, 1, and 1. So we had a screw in 3 faces that are holding this on there. And then the fan went through the blue part here and into the face of the extruder heatsink. So that's how everything was held together onto the mount. And once we get these screws out, fan comes off. And now we'll be able to take the mount off, and we'll be left with the blank plate again. And this is on there with some 2.5s and some locking nuts. So we'll have to pop these out. So the plan that I think we've developed is we're going to replace this with a Orbiter 3 extruder. So give me 1 second to take this blue mount here off, and then I'll show you kind of what we've got. There's one. Here and here. Now, I don't know how much this played into and whether it was good or bad, but this here is a printed mount going through another printed mount and um into the or onto the rail here. So the the question very much could be is, was there a little bit of flop on this? Yeah, it's not the most rigid mount out there. Um the What I was basically working with is there is a metal mount here for this. The problem is it's designed to work with the standard ender extruder. So as soon as you deviate from the ender extruder, that mount, like the mounting holes don't line up. So you have to do something else. So it's quite possible that I can swap this back to the metal piece. Now, when I do that, there's no mount for the X end stop. So we're either going to have to go sensorless homing or figure something else out, because I did not want this to be the on the XY joint anymore, because then I have to have a moving cable here, which I'd much rather just have an umbilical. Now, what I'm going to do is just kind of put this back on here. And that way I don't lose any of the screws. And I'll show you where we sheared this at. And I'm not sure if I will be able to fix this. Give me 1 second here and I'll show you this mounting scheme. So once again, we've got this mounted on that mounting plate now. So we had one screw at the bottom, one screw at the top, one screw at the back. So with the way this mounts, we mount this plate using 1, 2, 3 screws, and we were using um, lock nuts to make sure that that's clamped to this orange plate solid. Now that we have that done, then we can come through and mount the extruder with the top, the bottom, and this is barely accessible right above this plate. And so that we can get to those three screws, we mount the main body of the extruder. Then we come back with our fan, which is also from BIQU, and we mount the fan on here using a couple of just longer screws that go through the fan, through the plastic mount, and into the front of that extrusion piece. And that makes our overall extruder. So I'm going to put this back together because this is going to go like a set. And I may have to, or not may have to, this may find a new home somewhere else. That's why I want to keep everything together. And luckily where the heat break sheared, or the heat break sheared, I should be able to get it with, so there's our heat break and exactly how it's sheared. So I should be able to pull this out and then see if I can just get like a whole new heating element And if I can get a whole new heating element, then that will be a, um, I'll be able to fix this extruder. And you're like, well, if you get a whole new heating element, then why don't you just get a heating element and replace this? Well, I need to see if I can get the heating element. I know that they've got nozzles. I don't know if they have the whole heating assembly, like heat break and all, because that's what I'm going to need to fix this. Even if it's a heat break and a separate heating element, that's the things that I'm going to need to fix this. Um, so yeah, that's going to be fun. But if we look at the two packages here, so this is the extruder, its fan, and its motor compared to the Orbiter 3. There's how much room we saved. So literally we've got this much room on the side now saved, right? Because this has the integrated fan and a couple of other things that this has. There's your filament input. You'll notice that there's a little button right there. That's your unload button. And as soon as you put filament in here, it senses it and it loads it. So this is basically an Orbiter 2 with a smart filament sensor. So there would be your wiring for the smart filament sensor. Of course, your fan and your motor. And you have to run that around somewhere or run it up underneath and around. Keep it out of the, potentially hitting the fins. These two will come up. We'll have the sensor wire for the smarts that'll come up and around. And these four are going to mount to the printer. So this is going to mount somewhat like that. And it has to come in from the backside. So we will have to figure out a new mount for this and figure out how the hell we're going to mount it. Yeah, that'll be interesting. How do we mount that then? Is there anything we do to mount the? We have to come in from the plate side into this and then mount the plates. So we're gonna have to think about that. Hey Wilco, how's it going? So we had this printer printing. It was printing fine. And then I came in this morning and it had failed overnight. I'm not sure what happened, but it sheared the heat break off, which the tool head then dropped into the print, and it peeled the tape off around the tool head, which then exposed the thermistor, and the thermistor fell out, so it did a thermal shutdown at some point. But after it had pushed several hundred grams of filament through an extruder that couldn't do anything with it, so it was snapped in chunks all over the place. I thought we had lost the pin to the BL Touch, but it looks like the BL Touch pin is still in place. It's just yeah, it's got plastic on it. So we're gonna have to try and see what we can do to get all the plastic off of it. And if I can get the plastic off of it, even if I do mess up the pen, somewhere around here, I did get a section of, or a set of 5 new pins. I would just have to find those pins. And we potentially have a still functioning BL Touch. We're just going to have to take a look at it. And like I said, most likely the pen's going to have to be replaced. We're just going to have to work on getting the excess filament off of here so that we can ensure good movement of the pen. Nice thing is, from the looks of it, the filament is coming off fairly easily. You can get under an edge. So at least the BL Touch seems to be of a material similar, saying similar to like PTFE, where the PLA is not bonding to the BL Touch housing more or too much, which is better than what I was thinking it was. So yeah, we may be able to recover this BL Touch. Oh yeah, this is definitely recovered. Sorry, I know I'm doing this over here off screen, but so there we got most of it off, right? So looks like all the main plastics off. There's a little bit on here I can work on scraping off still. Um, the big thing is just being able to pull the pen out. If I can get the pen out, then I can replace that pen rather easily. And we'll be back in business with the BL Touch at least, whether it goes back on this or not. The BL Touch is still working. So in a perfect world, I can find the BIQU heat break and um, hot end or heater thermistor, blah blah blah, and we can just put this whole setup back on it, and life is good in the world again. In the bad scenario, we're going to have to recad a bunch of stuff. So this is going to have to probably be on hold for a little bit while we try and figure out if we can get spare parts on this. Because one way or the other, I still have some CAD work to do down here. We're going to need to do some cleanup. And then if we're going to wind up going with this, we're going to have to figure out how to CAD a mount for this as well. And I don't know if there's any mounts. But let's put this down on the ground because it's not getting fixed today. That is for sure. Put this down on the ground and somewhat out of the way so we don't trip on it. There's the business end of our hot end again, by the way, with the completely sheared off spool head or heat break. So now let's just do some quick searches on the interwebs and see if we can find spare parts. If we can find spare parts, then maybe we're not so bad off. It's just waiting for them to come in. If we can't find spare parts, then we're going to have to start looking to see if we can find mounts that we can possibly use or give us an idea on how to mount the Orbiter 3 up. Hey, Death Ray, how's it going? Make sure to grab my Dunkin' coffee. Well, so we've got plenty of coffee options today to keep us going. Put that over there out of the way. Go into that mount. Hey, Shadow Queen, how's it going? You asked the shrimp Anyone needed lurking? I'm about to head to work. Y'all have a good one. Okay, Shadow Queen. Excuse me. Yeah, from sunny downtown California. How's California doing, Timor? Um, the orbiter free. Orbiter 2. Okay, so that's for an orbiter 2. This is an orbiter 3 mount. That's so this is orbiter 3 Noctua goes on to a standard Ender 5015 fan, which will need a fan duct regardless. And that looks like a, what is that? The CR Touch? Yeah, CR Touch. Okay, so this would give us an idea. Why would you add another Noctua fan if it has a built-in? Look at that. 5015, and look at that, how close that shroud is there. Okay. Magnetic mounted fan shroud. That's what that is. Gotcha. Not a bad design. Oh, this is something we're this might give us an idea of really. Save image. Open image. Why won't you let me make image bigger? Okay. All right, we'd have to look into this a little bit more, but this is an option because at least it provides me some mounting places for everything going on here and gives us some ideas that we can look at. You're doing good? Good, Death Ray. So we came into a failed print on the Bamboo Lab. It was severely under extruded, and I think so. The lane 1 of that AMS is making all kinds of squeaky noises. So I'm wondering if the lane itself is not messed up. Like I may have to replace that lane, do what we call maintenance on a printer. Which lane one's probably the most used lane in my AMS. I've got several hundred hours, but let's see if this picks up. That gets done. Of course, it's not going to make the sound now that I'm sitting here, but the roller, like it's not the motor, like it's not the extruder motor that's pulling it in, it's the actual roller that was squeaking with that filament. And I don't know, because it looks like this is a new Polymaker spool that's got like something on the cardboard edges of the roll. So we'll have to see. Now let me see, I need to update filaments here. See if we can't get this one going again. ASA black firm. Okay. Print. 1, 3, 2. That works. Now let's see if this actually prints well and does its thing. In that case, I'll have to start looking at AMS parts again. Now that AMS has, what did we say? This has how many hours on it? $1,600 hours on it, almost 1,700 hours on it. A lot of it's been cardboard spools on that as well, so I don't know what that does to the roller over time. Westerly Royal Nomi, anybody that uses a AMS, have you had any issues with the rollers in the AMS, like at the front? It's not the rear, it's the front. The small thin drive rollers. Hey Matt J, how's it going? I just realized you guys are trying. I'm sitting here talking about this design, and so let's come back here. So this is a mount for the Orbiter 3 onto a standard Ender 3 rolling carriage, right? Kind of gives you an idea. So there's a mount hole, there's a mount hole. This would be a pass through. These 4 holes here would be how it mounts to the Orbiter 3. So those 3 holes mount the Orbiter 3 onto this rear plate. Why they're adding another nocturnal fan on the front, I don't know. I'll have to look at the description. You'd mount the Orbiter on here. 1, 2, 3 looks like mounting holes to mount it to the Ender 3 itself. But it looks like all set up. This adds a CR touch to it from the top. So plate to the metal plate. There's our fan duct. Now this fan duct is removable. This is looking at it from the bottom. And there's your CR touch. So you've got a nocturnal fan here on front of the built-in heatsink fan. So I don't know why you would add another fan on it. Well, I'll have to read his notes. Using a CR touch. So here's with the fan shroud off, and you'll see the 3 magnets. So that fan shroud is magnetically attached to the front of the shroud. So that's pretty interesting. And then here's kind of the exploded view. So you'll have this piece and a spacer piece that gets mounted to the side. This is the diagram I was trying to blow up, and apparently I can't. So this will mount through into the piece, and then there's these 3 that mount this bracket. So this gets mounted to this, and then 3 things mount the bracket to this. Fan gets added in with the front shroud. This fan gets attached. Okay, so there are 4 holes in the back. There's 2 holes at the bottom. The 2 holes on the side. So let me see. Bring this up. Might be a little bit bigger. So this hole and this hole, if you can see my cursor. So you've got this square and this rectangle opening. There's a hole here and a hole down here at the bottom. Those will go into the hole down here and up here from the looks of it. So that's going to hold it onto the front. It could. It could. What I'm trying to do is, I guess what I really need to do is, first off, BIQU H2 V2S Lite. Because this is what we've got going on. Now, what I need to do is see. Yeah, so on the so I had the BIQU V2S Lite on this, on the EnderXY. On the Ender belt conversion, which Rittenhouse has, we use the Revo version so you can swap nozzles out. But this sheared the heat break right here at the top of this like nut here. So what I'm probably looking at is needing the heat break and the hot end down here. So what I need to see is there's a nozzle, there's a heating block. So nice. So there's a heating block. There's the throat, so I would need both of those. We can get their micro touch mount. That might be worthwhile. $20, $7, $6.88. I mean, not bad. Here's the problem that I have is if I go to buy it from BQ, right? Part of the issue I have is that it does not ship from the States. And when I buy things from BQ, it takes a while to get here. if I buy it directly from BIQU. So what I need to do is see, are there options for the parts from a stateside vendor? And Belt 3D printer kit, aka Additiva 3D, is not it, because that's once again, if we look at this, the overall, like if I bought a whole new extruder system, it's 60 bucks, down from 92, but 60 bucks. If we add on, or if we get just the heating block, so 7, or yeah, 7 and 7, 14, 15 bucks. There's 15 bucks. I need a heater, which I'm sure I have a heater that I can use. The thermistor, that looks like a standard bead style thermistor. I have some of those, so I have heaters, I have thermistors. So 14 bucks, right? So far, just to get, yeah, because I think I have a nozzle for it already. Because once again, these are not standard nozzles, right? This is not a standard nozzle size. I do have one of these somewhere. It may even be a hardened steel nozzle. So at a minimum, the M4, at a minimum, I need these two things, the 14 bucks. And I can reset everything up the way it is. But I'm also going to pay for shipping because it's not into the free shipping realm. And I've got to wait. Here's the biggest concern I have if I buy it directly from BIQU. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? So we woke up to a mess. That mess has been somewhat cleaned up, Liz, but I'll show you some of the aftermath. That's my heater block with the nozzle. And you'll notice, why is my heater block just sitting here? Because we sheared the heat break. We sheared the heat break. So this is shot right now until we get replacement parts. Now I have spare heaters and spare thermistors because this thermistor here is just the standard glass bead style, right? That's just a glass bead style thermistor. I have plenty of these in stock. I have heaters in stock. What I need is the heat break, or the heater block, the heat break or the heat throat, and a new nozzle, because these are different type of nozzles. These are M4 nozzles. So I do have a spare M4 nozzle. It's been sitting right here on the bench, and I think I moved it around. So I'll have to figure out where I moved it to. The good news is I'm pretty sure I know exactly where I moved it to. Yeah, I think that's it right there. Maybe. Might be a standard volcano nozzle, and if it is, then it'll be... No, that's a standard volcano nozzle. I do know I have one, a spare one around here. I'll have to find it. If not, then I will go ahead and add that to the order. So I can get a whole new V2S Lite extruder for like 60 bucks, or I can spend around 40, 50 bucks to get the parts I needed to get this one back up and running. The BL Touch, I've gotten all the extra filament off of it so that I can, the um, the pen works now. There's a glob of filament still at the bottom of the pen. I can pull the pen out, replace the pen because I've got 5 of them around here. So that's salvageable. The other option we have is going to be to figure out a mount to mount a Smart Orbiter 3. Now, the nice thing about this is it's, you know, the kit has the whole hot end and everything, but it's a Orbiter 3 extruder with the smart piece. So you've got the button over here to unload, and as soon as you put filament in, it recognizes it. It will load the filament, the macros. You know, they can download the macros. But here's the thing. Here's the H2 V2S Lite. Here's the Orbiter 3. You see where I'm going? Like, we don't need the fan because the fan's built in. So we get a little bit of room out of it. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? So we blew the, we sheared the heat block off of the H2 V2S Lite last night. And I came into a lovely mess that I posted up on Twitch. What I'm doing is I'm looking for parts. So at the very least, I'm going to need to buy the parts to make the H2 V2S Lite extruder working again. Because I'm either going to put it on something or it's going to find a new home somewhere. Right? I don't want to leave it just the way it is. Hey, Mad Cat, how's it going? And is that Dr. Stab Wounds? How's it going? Welcome in. Let's see. Drills and taps, a new heat throat, and you're up and running quick. So I can pull that heat break out. The problem is it's a proprietary style heat break. Once again, if we look, so there's the heater block, right? Which is once again proprietary because the nozzle, which is this part right here, is an M4 nozzle, right? And you can't drill and tap this as an M6, which would be a standard thread, put a volcano nozzle in it, because you've got the thermistor that plugs in right here. Chances are that is that would open up that hole and you would have an issue there. The heat tube itself, as you can see, this is the part that screws into the let me think about that. Yeah, that should be the part that screws into the bottom of the H2V2S, which then means this goes down into the heat block, and it looks like there's a set screw that holds that in place. So feed thermistor, set screw should be holding that in place. You got your nozzle. This is your heater cartridge right here. So I need a heater block, because I'm not going to salvage that other heater block, I don't think. A heat throat. And while I'm at it, you know, I could potentially get their CR touch mount for it. Because either way, it's either that or pay more for shipping. But well, hell, 14, 15 and 20, I'm at 35. You got to be at $50 or up for free shipping. But here's the biggest issue. BIQU's in China. They just started their Chinese New Year. So if normally when I order stuff directly from BIQU or Big Tree Tech, it takes 3 to 4 weeks to get. Well, that was my thought, Amazon. Is there anything on Amazon? And what's the cost going to be to do it that way? BIQU H2 V2S Lite. $75 for the whole extruder assembly, and I can have it here by Monday. Heat block, $13. This is the concern. So, heat block, $7. So I'm basically paying twice as much to be able to get it tomorrow, right? But that only helps if I can also get the throat for it. All metal but this looks different. So that won't work. Yeah, so right now I'm not seeing the heat break or heat throat. The hell just happened there? Oh. Yeah, so I get the heater block. I can't get the throat unless it has a deal that adds it here. Oh, there's the heat break. Oh, hey, I know I have one of these because I bought one October 15th of 2023. So I need one of these and one of these, and I can get it here, but it's going to be one of those. One of those. I can get it here tomorrow, and that lets us get back up and running. Now, one thing I do want to double check with is on the heat or heat block itself. Lighter and smaller, more heat sensitive glass bead thermistor match up with custom M4 nozzle to reduce leak of filament. Okay, so seeing that this goes in this way, now that makes me wonder if there is there is. Okay, so see that M3 screw there? That is the set screw that's going to hold the heat break in. So let me pull out that set screw. Oh yeah, there's some wiggle there now. There we go. Okay, so very good. So we've got, it's going to cost me twice as much as if I do it from BQ, but I can get it tomorrow. We can get the new heat break and, oh God, look at that. Look at how badly that is curved. We sheared the heck out of that. Definitely not a straight filament path now. Um, Now I may be able to hit this with the heat gun and clean this up. The hardest thing I'm going to have to do is get it heated up so that I can get the parts out of it. Like I said, at the heater, I can toss the heater if I wind up needing to. But I'm going to have to definitely clean this up. So it's going to be easier just to buy the heat break and the heat throat. Now the question, if that's the case, then we can basically remount that. And I guess if I had looked at this, I wouldn't have had to take the whole hot end off. So screwed myself there. But I won't know until it comes in whether it has the thermistor and the heater and stuff like that. Okay. So we've got those two things there. I can get those purchased and have them here tomorrow, Monday at the latest. Um, FF, did I lose volume? Hope not. Fix it with fire. Yeah. Um, yeah, it won't have the thermistor or heater. It's just a block. I have thermistors and I have heater cores here that should work. I can attempt to hit this while I'm waiting for it to come in. I can attempt to hit this with a heat block and a wire brush to clean it up some more and see if I can get this um, nozzle out and the old heat break out, because then at least that gives me a spare. And if not, then no harm, no foul. If I can, then I've got a spare here. Um, Speaking of which, and spares and all, let me put this set screw back in before I forget. Lose that set screw and it's going to be a sad day. Okay. Well, damn, that means we can go ahead and mount that back up. What we will need to do though is still look at doing some CAD to modify the bottom or the whatchamacallit, the rear we're gonna update the CAD so that we can modify the rear electronics enclosure and add a fan to it so that we can then start messing with some stuff. So I don't have you all on the screen, and we'll do something like this so you can't see my screen at all. Um, that and that. Only one left in stock. Order soon. So I'll order an extra heat break. I have a nozzle somewhere around here. Sorry, I'm looking right now, just trying to figure out. Ah, the other nozzle I have is a 0.6. Go ahead and add one of the part. Check out. They give it all to me Monday because we should be able to mount all that back up, and then we just need to add the heater and thermistor and stuff when we get there, or when these things get in. Sorry, folks. Yeah, shopping while streaming, but sometimes that's what we need to do. Sometimes that is what we need to do. Um, Also, what we're doing is we're looking at potential mounting options then for the Orbiter 3, because I'd really like to also be like, can we mount this as a secondary option to potentially use this? Whoops. You know, potentially use an Orbiter 3, because I have two Orbiter 3s here um, that I can use. So what can you do to protect the throat from snapping off again? Um, Good question. Here's the thing, Timor. I don't know how it snapped because I started a print last night and went to bed. It snapped sometime last night, not very far into the print actually. It was probably only 3 or 4 layers into the print when it snapped based on the look. And then zombie, since you're here, um, this was going so well, right? First layers look beautiful. And then once again, there's a squeaky sound on the rollers of my AMS, which led to some crap. So the good news is the inlay worked. This is printed on the AMS and point 0.4 nozzle, but it went to hell in a handbasket there with some severe under extrusion crap. Hey, there's like entire holes in there. So I'm trying to reprint it now. I just moved the filament from 1 to 3, and I've got to figure out what to fix on 1 now. But it was like a squeaky roller. So I don't know. I mean, it's the first time that's happened. So I need to figure out probably what I need to do to tear that AMS down and fix it. But here's the thing. I've been running primarily cardboard spools, and lane 1 always gets more use out of it. So yeah, I get that RAM online. I really have to what I'm gonna have to do is detach the the AMS and bring it over here so I could physically look at it a little bit easier. Yeah, you have 5,000 hours on your X1C with cardboard spools. Exactly. And I'm at like 1,700. So I've got to figure out what's going on with that. Um, Now I did notice that the red AMS or the red ASA is the standard cardboard spool. The black ASA, which is the one that was having problems, has like some type of coating. It's almost like a stickier, um, like silicone dip on the edges of the cardboard. So I don't know if that's doing something. Yeah, the tubes are way more an issue. I'm just going to have to pull that apart and take a look at it. I don't know what the deal is there. I'll have to take it apart and look at, or at least pull it off the printer and sit it down here so I can get in and really look at it. But yeah, that's a toasted heat break. The good news is we may not have to do anything here. The other thing I was going to be looking at is mounting. Like, how could we mount an Orbiter 3 to this if we needed to down the road? I think we're going to be good with the BIQU, and maybe it's just the we don't, and we mount the Orbiter 3 on something else. Um, so I think maybe what we might want to do is Fusion. Get back into Fusion here. Hey, Britt, how's it going? So you've missed, I'm going to say go look at X, go look at YouTube. I did post the video up on YouTube, but there is a video about what this printer looked like. In fact, let's just youtube.com/@ Digital Dragon 72. So this is what I woke up to this morning. Yeah, we sheared the hot end straight off. There's the heat break. Yeah. Yeah, the good news is I think we can get parts here Monday. Right? I can get some parts here tomorrow, the rest here Monday. I'm just going to say okay, just send it all on Monday. So, yeah, that's what I woke up to this morning, and that was some nice cookie CAD witch's blue filament. So that was slightly depressing. Now what we need to look at here is the rear electronics closure because we wanted to make some changes to this. I don't think I'm going to do anything about trying to add the Wago mounts over here. I think all I really want to do is add a 4040 fan right in this area. Because we're bringing our wires down this way. So we've got a spot right here for a 4040 fan to mount facing down, blowing air out. Yeah. Yeah, that was not what I wanted to see when I came in this. I also need a hole right over here just to be able to feed up the wires for the end stops on the side there. And I may bring some other wires up through here. I don't know. Right now I have motor wires. There's a motor that sits right in front of this, and those motor wires are basically coming across the front deck panel, around and up, because there's no easy way to put them anywhere else. So that those are going there. I've got end stop wires here that are going to come this way. And if we were going to do if we're putting the Orbiter 3 on this, it's got a filament runout sensor built in, where the H2 V2S doesn't. So we'd have to put some type of spool holder, side mounted spool holder, and at the very least, a reverse Bowden tube mount. But I'd love to have a filament runout sensor mounted there. So it could be Big Tree Tech or BIQU filament runout sensor or something else that we can mount there. So a couple of things that we want to do here. Let's come back to our sketch. And let's edit this sketch. Edit sketch. Okay. So what we want to do is we need to put a hole somewhere over here, right? So we're just going to grab a hole. Let's make that we need to put in a couple of the um, two I say two pin, the 2-pin JST connectors, which are about 7 millimeters. So let's just make it a 10 millimeter hole, because drilling a hole through the plastic, not recommended. And let's just put a constraint on this. So a 10 millimeter hole, so it's 5 millimeters. So if we go from here, here, and let's say what, like 8. So 8 millimeters that way, and once again 8 millimeters this way. It'll be centered right there in that corner. It'll pop up. We've got 3 millimeters gap between the wall and the hole. So we'll need to extrude this out and do it as a cut. And then we need to figure out our measurements for a 40/40 fan here. So what I did the last time, come in here, not a 40/40, but a 40/10 fan, 24 volt. Just come in here and say, oh, let's grab a Wensing, because I know I got a bunch of those. And, well, hey, here's our measurements right there. So we've got measurements that we can then go on and build out the hole pattern that we need for a 40/40 fan. So we know we're going to need a couple of holes. These are going to be 3 millimeter holes at least, because we're going to be putting 3 millimeter bolts through them. I'm just looking at the words on stream. I'm looking at the way I have the Pi 1-2 mounted in there, so I know about how much room to leave. So we'll need start with this hole right here. Probably, or actually we'll do a 40/40 square. So do a square. And oh, there's a 4040 square. So this will be our fan. We want to change the line type to construction. Put some holes in here. And we'll call them 3.2 because they need to be for an M3 hole. And need these. Okay. James the printer is here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How's it going, James the printer? Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. So are you, James, a person that prints, or are you, James, an actual printer? I need to know if I have a person here or a robot. Take you on to something with the bed leveling issue. I had a bad lead screw and a dual lead screw setup that caused the same type of damage when printing, but not with full Z climbs. Yeah, I will go in and make sure that so the two side lead screws move very easily. The rear lead screw, it's a little tighter feeling. So I do definitely need to go in and put some lubricant on that lead screw because I don't think I did when I mounted everything up. So I definitely need to add some lubricate my lead screw. Hey K2, how's it going? James is actually a designer. Well, welcome on in, James the Printer. Welcome on in. I am a CAD, we'll say neophile or neophyte. Um, I'm muddling through and kind of learning and growing. So you guys get to see that. Um, these two are 32 millimeters on center. That means there's 8 millimeters left, which means they're 4 millimeters from the edges. Okay. So I'm probably going to add way more constraints to this than is needed. So there's one. Now I need to basically do this 4 more times. Once again, we're going to make these 3.2 millimeters because we need to be able to put a screw through them. And I know I could basically put like a dividing line here and then just do a mirror because I've done things like that before. Right now, I'm just probably just working harder, not smarter, but I know that this should work. So um, all right, so we've got our 4 mounting holes. Now we're going to need to cut a big hole out of the center. And this is a 40-40. I think this is, oops, 38 millimeters makes sense to me. Um, and we'll just do a constraint just to make sure it is centered. Looks like it is. Kind of sounds, or there, it's centered. So we got we'll be able to do the center cutout. We'll be able to do the holes and do those cutouts. And we need to cut out this hole over here. That looks like it's set up well. Now we would probably be able to add 2 of them in there if we really needed to or wanted to. Slept in this morning, zombie? Good for you. I wanted to, and then I came upstairs and I really wanted to. You printed about 6 million of his models. Oh, nice. You have problems? Well, we all do, Pez. We all do. Sunshine. Yep. You crashed somewhere too. 3 printers done when I woke up. No idea where I went down. Yeah. So I woke up this morning to an error message in the Handy app about the bamboo. I went and looked at the bamboo, and all I thought was, okay, the filament, it's right at the end. It just couldn't retract the filament. So I helped that along. It retracted. It was done. I was like, okay, we're good. And I came over and saw the monstrosity sitting on the workbench that was the EnderXY cluster. And I was like, oh, what the hell happened? And that's when I realized, looking at it, that we sheared the hot end. We had a thermal shutdown because the thermistor came physically disconnected from the hot end. And I was like, oh, nice. Well, at least it thermally shut down. Wester, you're going to be in and out, throwing out crap from the house and can't run it. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. Yeah, there you go, Wester. You get what you can out of the house. And we cleaned some things up and we realized, yeah, we sheared the hot end. I thought we may have screwed up the BL Touch, but it looks like I managed to get all the extra filament off the BL Touch except for the little blob that's down at the tip of the pen. Well, I need to look. I know I bought a pack of 5 pens. So I have spare pens. I just need to pull this out, put a spare pen in, and we'll be good to go here. Which means with the new heat break and stuff, we should be able to mount the old extruder back up, which I can do off stream. But I figure if we're gonna, while we have that out and we need to do some rewiring fun anyhow, I might as well just go ahead and reprint this that we're working on here so that we have the fan mount in here. And I really do think, like, should I go ahead and copy this and make a second mount here to have the potential of adding 2 fans? Do you think we would need 2 40-40 or 40-10 fans? Or would one 40-10 be enough as a outflow fan? Because I have no room to add a fan in the front unless it's mounted to the deck panel, pulling air directly down on top of the MCU of the Octopus. So I'd have one that's sucking down off the deck panel in the front of the printer, and basically one pushing air out of the rear enclosure, which is what we're looking at here, out of the bottom, and it would be able to suck the air between the two in that little cutout at the top, 40-40 extrusion, which would be where the 20-40 rail for the Y would normally be. Hey, Papa Bear, welcome in. what do my designers out there think? Bots are ruining bearded printers morning. Why are bots ruining it? How about a bearded bear? Oh, that would be cool. And I just got to thinking, yeah, if I even had, um, if I had set up for Amazon to bring that stuff to me tomorrow, it's tomorrow's going to be a wasted day. So we get up and we go to breakfast on Sundays out at the local diner. We grab Evil Diesel and bring them along, and then tomorrow from 12 until I think 9 at night, I'll be out doing a D&D charity thing over at Ravenfest, or it's called Ravenfest out at um, Raven Forge Games here in local. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to mess with anything on Sunday anyhow. What do you guys think? Zombie people that design stuff for 3D printers, would it be better to have provision 2 holes in here and maybe not put a second fan in, or should I just leave the one? Maybe put another one on as an inlet fan on over the top of the octopus. I kind of think that makes more sense. And while I'm thinking of it, I just realized construction line. This is a construction line. That I want those to be. Okay. I think that's what did I just do? That looks good. Thanks. Finish sketch. Now what we need to do is extrude, select, how is this going to work? Am I going to have to go through? No, I need to. I need to bring this back. Extruded that base. Extrude. How do I extrude those circles and do the cuts? I gotta go to the bottom, don't I? So I can. There we go. That. And like 5, do a cut. Okay, there we go. That's what I need. Another extrude. See this sketch. This hole, that hole, that hole, that hole. Once again, gonna do 5, Do a cut. Okay, there we go. Now I figured it out. Get this all the way to the front. Let's look at the regular view. So we've got a spot for a fan to mount now. We've got the hole in the front that I drilled out. So when we replace that, we'll have that. Hey, Maker Viking, how's it going? How's it going? One controller fan should be enough. Yeah. Ins out, same as best. How often do you really say, man, this is just too much fan and too cool? True, Mr. Wizix. You're better having two intake fans with a forced outlet to control airflow. When the monstrosity that you create sounds like a sack of angry bees mixed with a turbo prop prepping for takeoff. Yeah, there you go. That's true. That is too many. That is, if you do that in a big building, the whole building gonna shake. Yeah. Yep. Hope you're doing well, Maker Viking. So we're taking the time to play with CAD right now because if you saw my post on X or if you saw my post on YouTube this morning, you'll find that we had an issue. And the issue is I came in this morning and my hot end here was dangling. So there was tape wrapped around this. So the tape came off. It was dangling because we sheared the hot end off of the heat break. And I'm trying to figure out, like, these are M4 nozzles. I've got another one of the M4 nozzles somewhere around here, but it's a 0.6. That's not, necessarily a bad thing. I would just have to do some adjustments for it. But I'm going to try and heat this up with a heat gun and see if I can get the rest of the PLA off. And if I can get a lot of the PLA off, then I should be able to pull the nozzle out and potentially get the heat through it out. And if I can get those two things out and tear this down, then I will redo it because the thermistor here is jack toast now, right? That's not going to work again because it's got filament all over it. But I've got spare bead thermistors, so I can replace this easy enough. We just ordered a new heat block and a new heat throat. So those two things I know I can replace. I have spare heaters that I can configure again. It's just I'm probably going to have to recover that screw and washer. And if I can get this nozzle out and make it work again, then we'll be in fine shape to get this whole extruder remounted now that I took it off and realized that it's not as bad as I thought it was. My initial thought was, well, I've got an Orbiter 3 that we can mount. This is the Smart Orbiter 3, so it's got the filament runout, filament detect. So just like the filament sensor on our Orbiter 2, you put filament in, it detects it, and it auto loads. You push the button here, and it unloads. You've got the motor, the fan, and you would have this is the smart board that does all the smart thinking. It does come with the hot end, thermistor, and all that good stuff, so we'd have to build that out. But I'd have to develop and design a mount for this, where I've already got a mount for the other things. So if I can spend a little bit for spare parts and get them in relatively quickly, which if I buy the parts from BIQU, it's like $7 each for the heat block and the heat break or heat throat. So 15 bucks. plus shipping. The problem is it's coming from BIQU in China, and they just went into the Lunar New Year, Chinese Lunar New Year. So it's going to take at least 3 to 4 weeks for it to get here. I could get it on Amazon, and they're like $12, $14 each. So I paid a lot more for them to get them from Amazon, but I can get them here Monday. So that's what we're going to do. Meanwhile, since I'm going to be down for a little while, I might as well take the time to pull this box out and redo it. So here's a question for you guys. Right now, with the way the box is designed, and you guys can see this when I put the screen back up, wires go through this hole right here as a bundle and go through the pass-through that we designed into the front box that protects it from the sharp cut edges on the 4040 extrusion. Which means when I go to take this box out, I've got to take all the wires out that are running through here. So I'm thinking, what if I just make this a complete cutout, kind of like we did back here for the motor mount. That way, if I ever need to drop this box, I undo the 4 screws and I can drop it straight out of the bottom without having to undo all the wires. All I have to do is disconnect the wire for the, out of the Wago connectors and the UART wire for the Raspberry Pi or for the BigTreeTech Pi, and that whole thing can drop out with the Pi and fan still. I think that sort of makes sense because it reduces the number of things that I would have to disconnect from a maintenance perspective. So I think as we're looking at this, having this not be a full length cutout here isn't buying me a lot. All right, zombie, have a good one. So that's what I'm thinking, is making this a full cutout, like we did back here, is probably not a bad idea. We need to edit this sketch, and this is the actual cutout face here. So this is predicated by this. Let me think through how to fix this. Because how I did this was I put in the 40mm box here, and then I did an offset to get to this line, which is a 3mm offset. Basically, I need the 3mm here, and then go up to the top. So I think if I do something like this, think about dimension. So we just put sure what that just. What am I doing? Undo that. So I need 18 and this would then be instead of 40, 6 and 6. Actually, it wouldn't matter if I just do the 40 millimeters wide and up 15 over 3 bottom. So need a few things here. Box. Needs to be 40 wide. And we're 40, 37 tall. 40 and 37. Want it measure tool. I want from this line, that line. I is this giving me a hard time? Here, 3 millimeters. Here, there. We needed 18. Okay. Now we need to take solid, that, screwed, yeah, there we go. So it gives me the flat bottom here for the strength and rigidity. And this has to be cut out here. And the only reason I cut this out here is because of the motor mount for the Z motor. So I think this gives us the updates on the box. Once again, our whole pattern here works for a Raspberry Pi of any type. The Big Tree Tech Pi that we have in there will fit on these 3 holes, and this hole is should actually be moved a little bit forward. It's fine for mounting the Big Tree Tech Pi V12. I want to leave it this way so it works for anything that's on a Raspberry Pi mounting pattern. Again, once I get these things good, then I will uh, make it available out on printables and stuff. I don't think I need to do any like chamfers or fillets or anything on these holes. I think they're going to be fine the way they are. Once again, we made this 10 millimeters. These are 3.2, which should work perfectly fine. Let me actually let me look at this real. What did I make the? Made those 3.3. Go back here and edit this. Where did that go? Let's come back in here and edit these. Okay. That hole. Why are you not letting really in? Make them 3.3, so they're just a little bit easier to get the screws into. Probably won't be as bad because these are on a bottom surface. Where the others are on a side, so I'm dealing with like a droop. But that should be fine there. That'll update everything as we finish the sketch out. What was that warning? That's fillet and stuff where edges are missing. Because we took some edges off. What happened to my cutout here? How do I fix that? Because we got rid of that cutout. How do we fix not having these to do fillets on? Got a lot of targeted edges, 23 edges. Not going to be able to click those. Got rid of the feature. Anybody know how to clean this error up? Hold Control to modify select. Is that line's not there anymore, so it's not like I can fix that select. Oh, yeah, those edges aren't there for me to solve anymore. I don't know how to solve those. Can you project the line from somewhere else as a construction line? Well, I deleted those lines. So that's the problem is I deleted those lines from the sketch that's probably this sketch. So I deleted those lines. Then we extruded the body, which is now different because those lines were deleted, but it still maintains the fillets there. There's just nothing to fillet because those lines have been removed. That's the one cut. Okay, this, where that cutout happened, let's delete that. And if I come back here, let's edit this feed. Selected that cut. That was a rear cutout. That one. Sketched. Holes, we have that. We did this. Did one more forward. Did our extrudes. This is what I edit this feed. That cutout and those two cutouts. What I need to do is add this cutout here. There we go. Do the cut. cut out. This is where the flay's at, and this is where we've got 6 reference. Go and edit this feature now that the cutout's there. That solves it. There we go. I figured it out. It was an order of operations. Because this cut was all the way at the end, what I needed to do is delete this cutout, go back to where I did the other cuts for this face, add this face in to that same cutout. That solved the problem. There we go. That solves the problem. Now we've got a clean setup here. We want to save this file. We'll save. It says, what do we want to call this version description? We're going to say fan and cutouts. Then we want to come to utilities, do a make, export as a 3MF. We can do a binary, but 3MF will work. We're going to select this entire body, say OK. It's going to do as the rear electronics RPi. Say save. Yes, we will replace. Bada bing, bada boom. That's done. We'll get this going over here on the vCore, on the Rat Rig vCore 4. It may have, yeah. Regardless, I think we're good now for this piece, so we can redo this, and we'll get this reprinting. This takes a couple of hours to print, if I remember right. Does it have... The hole pattern's 32. Holes here are 4.3, but that's fine. It doesn't have the actual opening here for the fan, but I think doing 38 on a 40 millimeter fan's fine. So I think we have everything we need for that, and that's working well. So Orca Slicer, Rat Rig, generic ABS. I'm going to come over here to the device. Did I turn this off? I don't think I turned it off. Yeah. For whatever reason, this thing just stops talking, and I don't know why. It's a true Raspberry Pi on it. And main sail's just doing like a disconnect, and I don't know why it does that. The only thing I can do to solve that is to power it down and power it back on, which is not necessarily a good thing to do with a Raspberry Pi. So I wonder if we need to somehow get a, was it not Crow's Nest? Because Crow's Nest is the webcam. What's the Clipper plugin that does the like the Wi-Fi keep alive check? Not Crow's Nest. Anyhow, we're gonna start getting this set up. What I'm going to do is turn the bed on and let the bed heat up and start letting the chamber heat up some. And then we will, that's a completely different filament in there as well. I just realized that we'll have to fix that. So currently we've got the Galaxy ABS that we're using to do Zombie Hedgehog's build. So I need to pull that out, and we're going to put the ABS Plus back in there. Yeesh. Might not have enough to do it in the ABS Plus. We might have to do something else. What do we got here? What do we got? What do we got? Got multiple blacks, so let me see what I've got. This is straight ABS black. That'll work. Basically, I don't want to, I'm trying to at least stay with black. I mean, ABS versus ABS Plus, we're fine, but like I said, I need to keep that Galaxy ASA, because that's what I'm using for zombies. Box turtle, or I'm rebuilding a box turtle for zombie. I'm going to give it to him. So come on, come on. Why is that not coming up? All right, Rat Rig, don't start giving me a problem here. Did I click on the right one? Yeah, I clicked on the right one. Oh, gee. In other news, Octoprint offers a Keep Alive. Yeah, well, there's a Keep Alive plugin in Clipper as well. I just can't remember what the name of it is off the top of my head. There was Crow's Nest and something else, but Crow's Nest is the webcam plugin. An issue with ProgCom drivers? Yeah. So what I'm trying to do here now is just get this undone. So while we get the print going, we can at least start putting some of this back together, since we're going to wind up keeping this in its current state, and just swap out the parts that would jorked. But we have to go through the whole process of reassembling things in the appropriate order back on the printer. And I need this to come back alive on the network so that I can I need it back live on the printer or on the network so that I can start heating things up, and also heat up and pull the filament. Yeah, that's true too, but I don't want to restart the router because it takes everything offline to include the stream. Those fans are so loud. All right, we're coming back up, so that's good. So start getting that heated up. Start heating that up as well because we'll need to heat it up to swap the filament out. Come in here and we'll get this started. We'll need the rear electronics box. That's all looking good. We're going to use the rat rig with a 0.6 nozzle. Generic ABS, sure, why not? Quality speed setting. And do we have... Yes, we have brim set, but no skirt. Look, got a hole there. That... Does that look right? That hole spacing there? I mean, it's probably like that because I'm using a 0.6 instead of a 0.4 nozzle. If that was a 0.4 nozzle, it would be a full set of concentric circles there. That should be fine for holding a fan in. The only other thing I could do is make this a smaller opening. I don't think I necessarily want to do that either. Upload, not an upload. That's the downside with using a 0.6 nozzle is just the is when you use a 0.6 nozzle, it you don't get as many walls and stuff sometimes. How's it going, bearded printer? All right, let's see if we can get this out now. And I found that sometimes it's just easier to do it like this. Okay, so one out. We're going to put this one in. There should be enough here to get this printed out. load filament. Go, we'll do a, felt like it loaded, but we'll do an extrude just to be on the safe side. Make sure it's fully loaded into that nozzle there. Drop the temp back down. And seal her up. There we go. So we're going to let her bake for a little bit and get going. We can, what can we do now? We can start reinstalling some of this stuff back on the printer. Couple of things that we still need to do is see if we can't get the filament off this pen. And then possibly replace the pen. Or replace the pin if we need to. I don't know if we'll need to. Just need to clean up some more of this filament off of the pen. Do it carefully enough. No, that did shear the tip off the pen. Yep. So we will have to replace that pen. Now the pins on the BL Touch, do they come out the bottom? How do we replace the pin on BL Touch? Let's actually see if we can't figure that out. We can switch from a BL Touch to the CR Touch and just use whatever mount for the CR Touch. The problem is, if it's a different height, then we'd have to print out a different one of these or add a bunch of washers and stuff like that to get the right spacing. Don't want to buy a replacement pen. I want to see how to replace the pen. Take a quick look at a video here on how to replace the pen. And well, we'll do an ad first. So I have to take it off the mount, take the set screw out, and take the pin out. And the reason I have to do that is this mount doesn't have a hole in it. Normally there's 3 holes here so you can get to it. So I'm going to have to take this mount off, and then we can replace the pen. I also have to find the pens because I know I've had, like I said, I know I have spares, but I have to find where I've got the spares. So we need to replace that pen. Be easier to do with it off. Yeah, it has to come out the top. Like I said, I know for a fact I have replacement pens. Just where exactly are they? That is the issue. And hopefully they weren't sitting around somewhere and I go, oh, I don't need these, thinking they were something else. Because that would be a bad day. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. But once again, I'm just going to have to look to find them. So we can do that. Which the good thing is this is one of the last things that go on. We can still mount the extruder back onto the system. And we can also get out the heat gun and try and clean this up to see if we can get the nozzle cleaned up some. Once again, the thermistor, I've got replacements of those. We'll get this out of the way. And let's get the heat gun out and try and get that cleaned off some. We won't need to really worry about getting it too clean just yet. It's more of, like I said, just getting stuff brushed off, cleaned off. Because we do have a new one coming in. It's more of, can we get the old nozzle and stuff out of this. So I'll do like that to catch any of the stuff that we knock off of here. So I'm going to start letting this get heated up. And I've done this before to clean out. Every once in a while, you'll get like a Revo nozzle fully clogged up. And I've done this to heat up a Revo nozzle and get stuff out of it. So this is a viable option to heat up your hot end this way. Just realize that there's no actual cooling here. So as you're heating this hot end up, this whole hot end is going to get nice and toasty. And you have no cooling going on it right now. So also be careful or you will burn the crud out of yourself. Try not scratch a blade directly towards you. This looks like there's a plastic coating over it. Either that or it's just the plastic itself coming off. So if you get it heated up and get underneath it, it does start coming off in nice, good clumps and sheets. You like the new logo? I like it too. So once again, the logo was created by, or actually all of the artwork was created by Daisy 2.0. I have to say that, what's her name? Pez Liz sent her my way, and she's done some work for, I think, Pez and Nomi and Zombie in the past. And I'm really happy with what I got so far. There's a couple of other things. She had an issue with her computer, so I am still waiting on a couple of things to come in. But for the most part, I got everything. It's just a matter of me getting the time to sit down and get stuff straightened out the rest of the way. And when I say getting stuff straightened out the rest of the way, it means me taking the time to sit down and get stuff uploaded to Twitch and YouTube and everything else. Because I've got to work on a lot of my overlays and stuff. There's like a good point here where it's like, oh, that's a workable temp, and then it's okay, that's too hot. And then you can get back down to a workable temp where you can really grab hold of stuff and move it. So before I break another nozzle, or break a nozzle, or make it worse, I want to be able to hold the heat break and then try and twist on the nozzle some. See if I can't break the seal on that nozzle. If I can break the seal on the nozzle, which it feels like I did, then I can pull the nozzle out and we can continue to work on cleaning the nozzle out of the heat break. Heater block, I should say. We're still going to need to get the heat break out of the other end, which should be decently okay to do. And once again, I know people are going to sit there and say, why are you using that? You're going to mess up your nozzle. This is a 4mm nozzle. It's a different complete size nozzle than anything else. And with it being proprietary, you've got to, your normal or standard nozzle wrenches won't work on it. I'm sure they gave me a nozzle wrench somewhere. Not sure where that is. But yeah, that's what your nozzles look like on here. A lot different. This is not a standard, like it's lengthwise, it's not the same as a Volcano, and like overall, I'll say nozzle or yeah, nozzle head size is not like a volcano. I'm gonna have to work on trying to still clean this up. So technically we don't actually need it because I've got a spare somewhere. Now the heat break, we're gonna have to heat this back up to be able to get the heat break loose because there's a lot of filament on it. Whoops. All right, now. Hey, Stay Creeping, how's it going? Do they just mill two sides on it? I'm not sure what that statement is regarding. Okay, we got that started now. Once again, the issue with trying to get this piece out is there was so much um, filament that had gotten up and around it that we had to basically melt the filament so we could get it to start backing out. Let that cool down a little bit. We'll be able to pull that out. Meanwhile, over here in the V core, we should have a little bit of heat soak going on in there now. So we'll come in here and we'll grab our rear piece again, right? Because this is those two and delete them. I'm not going to need those there. So we've printed the front box. That worked well. This was the rear box that we had done. We've made a few changes to it. So here's our new rear box that we're going to get going here that has a cutout for a fan and a wider cutout here that will allow us to drop the box without undoing a bunch of wiring the next time. Go ahead and tell that to print. Get the goober off the nozzle because this does do a tap. So you don't want a goober on the nozzle, otherwise you'll get a misread. We're going to get this started here. Hey, heathen. We've been having fun. So we took our H2 extruder apart because that's the heat throat. We sheared that clean off. The other part of it is still here. I've been trying to heat this up and clean the excess plastic off of it. So these two should be together. They're not. So we sheared that completely off. The nice thing is we were able to get a new heat throat and I did also order another heat block. I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to save this. Looks like we are. So we're going to be able to reuse this. I've got the heat break, and so I've got two of these coming, one of these coming. Looks like we're going to be able to salvage this, so that's good. Um, I will have to replace the thermistor because that thermistor, the old thermistor, is borked beyond belief. Still going to have a little bit of cleanup here with some plastic, but a lot better off than we were. But it seems like we'll be able to put the H2 V2S Lite back on um, without having to try and say, okay, we're gonna have to scrap this, go with a completely different extruder. And when we go with a completely different extruder, that would force us to design a whole new mount and all that good stuff. So now this is completely clogged up, so we'll have to try and clean this up as well, which we should be able to do. So we're just going to have to take our time and continue to do some cleaning here. I need to be able to get this set screw out because this is what holds the this set screw holds the thermistor in place, so I need to be able to get this set screw out. So if I can't get this out, then this heat block is still borked. It's just a matter of there's plastic in the head of the bolt, so I need to get this cleaned up some. This is the nozzle on the EnderXY printer. So what happened was I came in this morning and there was a big cluster on this printer. And with that cluster, there was a whole bunch of filament that was pushed through the extruder because the extruder head itself had sheared off. And when that sheared, we had filament that got stuck in the nozzle that we're going to have to try and get cleared out. And we have filament that is stuck on some of these screws that we need to be able to get out so that we can get the screws themselves out and undone. Okay, there we go. All right, so we can get our thermistor and stuff like that back in here. So it's really trying to just recover a hot end at this point. Heat up, scrape off, heat up, scrape off, heat up, scrape off. And so the way that this is designed, we'll pull it back up here in a second so you can see what the hot end or the heat block looks like. And right now what I'm trying to do is just scrape off any excess plastic off the heat block itself, which, like I said, heat up, cool off, burn yourself because, well, it's hot. And you've got to find the right temperature. If the plastic's too hot, it just kind of mushes around. If it starts cooling off, then it just stays adhered. So I think we're good. So what you've got is the heat throat here that would be looking like this. Actually, it'll be easier if I show you over here on the full display. So come here, let's go back to file. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Smile Amazon. Okay. Now if we do BIQU H2 V2S Lite. There's the heat throat. So this is our heat throat. This little kind of divot there, there is a set screw right in this smaller triangle here is access to a set screw. That set screw is what clips, goes into that little divoted area and will hold the heat break into the extruder itself. Then you'll have the screw end here. This is an M4 thread that screws into the heat block. Okay, so that will screw into the heat block, which is no longer there because I ordered the last one. That's awesome. Yeah. Here we go. So you have the heat throat that screws into the top of the heat block. The oval divot there is where the bead of the thermistor, just the glass bead thermistor goes into. And then the, actually, let me see if, there we go. So the top hole there is the screw that holds the screw in with a little washer. And this is a tiny, tiny, like M2 screw and a small washer. And that is what's going to compress and hold the bead thermistor down into that little oval cutout. So there's your heat throat that is secured at the top in the H2 extruder itself with a set screw, M4 thread down into the heat block, and then you've got this custom volcano-esque M4 nozzle. Now, I'm going to try and clean out this 0.4 millimeter nozzle and see if we can still make that work. It should. I just need to clean it out some because once I heat it back up, I'll be able to push through it. I just need to clean the excess plastic around it at the nozzle base so that we can. So I'm not worried about the fact there's filament in there. I can make sure that this is cleaned off and have a butt joint there. It'll work perfectly fine. What I need to do is get all of this excess filament right here off. I don't even care if there's filament on the face of the nozzle. I need to get this excess right here out so that I can ensure that I can get a good connection with the new heat throat when I put the heat throat in. So I still need to do a little bit of work here. And then the heat block itself had a tape around it. I don't know if the new heat block that I just ordered is just going to be looking like this, or if it'll have the tape that I can tape around it. If it doesn't, I will just tape it with Kapton. It'll do the same thing. It was like a um, so this is what I was trying to print. It's these keychains here, and I don't know what all happened, but it pulled all the tape. This is just the tape that went around that held everything on. It pulled all this stuff off and embedded it, and then made a big mess. So need to do a little bit more cleanup here. So I'm going to need to be able, I'm going to have to get my uh, pliers over here so I can hold on to this while I heat it up. And then we'll try and scrape off some more of the excess filament out of there. I don't have a toaster oven, so I'm just using my heat gun. It does good enough. It's just finding the right amount of heat that it makes it soft that you can peel it off. But if you get it too hot, then it just kind of, I mean, it's sugar based, right? This is PLA. And if you get it too hot, you'll actually scorch it and have a different problem. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I basically stick the nozzle right down in there. There we go. Well, yeah, and so there's no camera on this particular printer at this point. Um, and where's my, so if we are careful here, we can use our plastic plow thing. With a pointed end. So I've got two that are flat end and two that are pointed. Because we're going to go through a nozzle, you want to use the pointed end because it'll get down into the, towards the nozzle tip. Remember, just the tip. But if we're good here, once again, I'm putting this all the way in, like literally putting the nozzle threading all the way in there, which is going to heat all that filament up down the nozzle. The copper nozzle, so it should heat up really fast and really good. And I should be able to take this and dig out some of it and then push it all the way through. I do want to be very careful though, because this is, once again, a 4mm nozzle. So there's filament that I just shoved through there with this tool. That will help us clean this out a lot more, so we can ensure that we're getting a nice, good, solid connection with the heat throat itself. Because once again, you need a good butt joint connection between the face of the heat break and the face of the nozzle. Otherwise, you'll get a leak in that joint. That's why you're hot tightening it and torquing it down. So, and yeah, spaghetti detection would have worked if I had a camera on this. I don't have a camera on this. So right now, all I have is, you know, waking up in the morning and having a mess of a printer and print, which, you know, it sucked, but it's not too bad. Now I got to be careful that I don't compress these threads. I'm barely holding on to it as I'm trying to scrape off the plastic that's still on the side of the nozzle. Technically, I don't really need to do, but, well, I mean, if you're cleaning up, you might as well try and clean it all up, right? Make sure you don't foul over those threads or slice yourself, whichever. And once again, this is a copper nozzle, so if you go to heat this up, you're not going to hold it with your bare hand unless you've got like zero pain tolerance and a desire to smell burnt flesh. But I'll say that is now cleaned up to the point where it is usable. We've got all this junk off of the lower threaded area, so we'll be able to get this threaded in. This plastic that's around the nozzle edge, we can work around that. That's workable. And if you can't pick the dried the dried filament off of your tool here, just heat it back up slightly and you should be able to get it off. But just like that, we've cleaned our tool up. We've got our nozzle cleaned out, and we're ready to put things back together. And I should be good to go with my heat block here. I just need to get the new heat throat, and I can start putting this back in, but I don't want to put it in all the way, because remember, we're going to need to heat tighten it against the throat, and we're going to have to make sure the last thing you want to do is put this all the way into the end and then not be able to heat tighten it. And this is telling me there might be some stuff in the threads here. These are M4 threads. Do I have an M4 tap? Good. See if we need to clean these up some. like I said, worst case scenario, I replace the, yeah, there we go. Worst case scenario is I just replace the nozzle with a new nozzle. And like I said, I've got a new um, hot block coming as well. And once again, I'm not driving it all the way in there. I'm probably going to leave it out like that far until we get the heat throat in. And then once we get the heat throat in, we can tighten this the rest of the way. And we'll tighten it cold, and then we'll heat it up and do a hot tightening on it, being extra careful and making sure that we're holding both the heat block and the nozzle so we don't snap anything else when we're putting it back together. And just like that, we'll be back in business once we get some new parts on Monday. We'll don't throw away that screw, but the old heat break we can get rid of because we're not going to need that. And we will be able to put this back together while we're waiting for that to get done. And then we'll have to redo a lot of our wiring. Yep. Yes, I did. So the other thing we were working on, Free Heathen, is updating our Fusion file here. So in the current iteration of the file that's currently on the printer, I wound up having to drill a hole over here in the corner to allow me to run a couple of wires up rather than extend them and run them all the way around the back side of the printer. It was just easier to run it up from here for the Y and stuff. We didn't have a provision for a fan in there either, so we've catted up a 40/40 fan opening here, and we're just going to through bolt it. We'll put a 40/40 fan in there that'll run off 24 volts. It will run off of the Octopus board. The other thing that we decided to do right now, we've got just a couple of 5-way Wago connectors here, VHB tape to the back. We'll just pop those out, add some new VHB tape to them, and we'll reuse those. But we made this a full cutout here versus just a tunnel opening. That way, if I ever need to do any more work on this, and I need to take this out for whatever reason, I disconnect whatever wires are coming through here. I can undo the Wago, just pry the Wago mounts off and undo the wire that's coming in from the DC on the power supply. And I can undo those 4 bolts and I can pull this all completely from underneath and pull it out. Where right now, because this is currently just a tunnel and not a full cutout, I have to pull all the wires out in order to drop it. So I'm trying to as I iterate through this and think through it, I'm trying to make it easier for maintainability. Now I still need to CAD up a deck panel, and I've got 2 options. I can either do a full deck panel that I would that I could cut out of some 3mm ABS, or I can CAD up basically two panels, one that covers the front and one that covers the back, that I can just slide in, you know, print out, slide in. And the nice thing about that is I would be able to do like a fan mount on the front one right over the octopus board, so I can mount a fan that sucks air and pushes air straight down on the octopus board. And then there's one in the rear that's pointing down that's an exhaust fan. So one sucking in, one pushing out, both 4010 fans. And that will that'll allow us to have some better cooling overall. But first we'll see if just a single 4010 fan provides enough cooling once I get a deck panel on there. If it does, great. If it doesn't, then we can add a 4010 on the top deck panel relatively easily. Okay, I've got all the screws here that came off. We'll need to go ahead and get this, start getting this remounted on there. Yeah, it's just iteration. And by the way, so here is the H2 V2S Lite. It does have a, hopefully I stop making a mess here. So here's the V2S Lite. It does have a fan that goes on the front. So this is the 3D printed mount with the cooling fan that goes in the front. Okay. So this is the full thing. We needed the mounting plate here. This can just mount directly in there, so I didn't need to have this plastic here, but it is suggested that you have some type of gap. Otherwise, this plastic could melt being directly on there. There is no filament runout sensor on this. Okay. This is the Orbiter 3 Smart Filament. Okay. It's pretty much the same length. It does have a fan, so there's no need to really add another fan. And this is an Orbiter 3 Smart Filament. So we've got our motor wire, our fan wire, right? And there's a spot here for another wire, and that's because your extruder has electronics in it. So there's a LED that will light up this ring when you put filament in, because you'll add some macros, just like an Orbiter 2. You put filament in, it senses it, it auto loads. When you need to remove filament, you push this button right here, and it starts the sequence. It will heat the hot end up, do its little ram, pull the filament out, and you're ready to go. You've got your tensioning lever so that you can bring the tension and reduce the tension if you're doing TPU or solid. So the problem is there's your 4 mounting holes. So I would have to design a whole new mount for this in order to put it on this printer the way it is. Otherwise, finding out that I can just do a quick swap out here, that was the godsend, because now I can still keep this, and I just need to go through and remount it on there now that we've figured out how to get it back on there, or that we can replace just a couple of parts and we'll be back in business. So that means I can put the Smart Orbiter 3 on something else. So once again, I've still got to do some cleanup under here to like literally clean up the filament that fell down in there. But right now we're going to work on remounting this back up here. Now, this is going to go over the belts here, and around those screws, there are cutouts for those belts and the screws. So this just basically will sit right there, and then I need to mount this on there with some M3 bolts or screws and locking nuts. And then I'll make these 2 plates into one. What's going on here? Line up in the hole. Here we go. There we go. One lined up. We'll put our lock nut on there. And Free, then I know that you like the was it the big tree tech or BQ hermit crab, right? And I've got one here, but I realized that it's CAN bus. You don't have a CAN bus set up, and I think you'd be more wanting the USB version because it'd be easier to integrate with the stuff that you do. But normally, this blue part would be plastic going onto a metal plate. This is actually 2 pieces of plastic, which does make it a little flimsier. But the reason I had to do that is because the metal plate mount that this printer comes with only works if you use the Ender3 tool head. Because I'm not using the Ender3 tool head, I had to, and I think the option with this is the H2, not the H2 V2S Lite. So I had to basically make my own mount because of the deviations that I chose to make when putting this printer together. So remember, kids, modding is great, but whenever you mod, you've got to account that you're now having to design a bunch of new parts, most likely. Okay, so that's on there. Now, this piece will slide in. We'll basically just push the belts down when we slide this in. And there's going to be 3 screws that hold this in place. One from the top, one from the bottom, and one from the back. There's 2 holes on each side of this face here that you can use to mount, either mount things to this or mount this to something. And that's what we're using is 3 of those holes to mount this to this plate. The one from the top, one from the bottom, and then one from the back. Test disc. You got a good print from the Prusa Mini. Okay. All right, so that's now secured on there. Now, like I said, you do see a little bit of floppy there. I've got all of these screws in to the feels like it's actual floppy on the carriage. So let me see about thinking down on these some. Oh no, that is, I'm seeing some wiggle here. There's actual wiggle on the carriage on these linear rails. So now my fan shroud will get mounted right on the front there. We're going to go into these 4 holes here. I'm not going to mount that just yet because I'm going to have to take my BL Touch off. I do have to get the pin out. So I did take the tip off the pin here. I have extra pins because we had filament all up on the end of this as well that we had to pry off. So we'll have to take that off. This we're gonna have to remove this box, and in order to remove this box, we're gonna have to take some wires out, unfortunately. So yeah, I get to rewire this whole thing again. Because once again, to get this box off, I have to pull all the wires that go through this channel out, which means every wire that's going to this board is going through here. So I have to basically unplug everything, and I'll have to reroute all the wires and plug things back in. Damn, that sucks. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. This would be that part of the design where, okay, it makes sense now that I put a hole in this over here in the corner to route these through. Also, while I'm at it, because we're using a BL Touch, I don't need the X, or excuse me, not the X, the Z end stop. So I can remove this whole piece right here and remove this one end stop because we are not using this. The printer's name is Wexter Mini. An interesting choice of names here, Pezliz. All right, so those are out. We'll be able to replace those. M5x8 hard. Bum, 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 bum. That off. Pull that off. And that one's not needed anymore. So we got rid of one more wired up device. This will come down here. We'll put that back on. Oops. That on. We'll put this on. And there we go. That's covered up. We got this back on. We can't put the fan back on until we get the BL Touch figured out. We've got that wire pulled out. It's probably going to be easier to just pull the Wagos out over here. The wire out of the Wagos. This is all of the power wire to the board. Pull UART out. We'll pull these back. Oh, are you catching on? 1, 2, 3. We'll have to undo our motor wires. Once again, once we fix that box, we won't need to undo and pull these wires out for the next iteration. Now we just need to undo the 4 bolt or the 4 screws, and we can drop this down, and we'll be able to get in here and swap this out once our new print is done. I would love to say, you know, the roll-in T-nuts here will stay in place. They won't. Not unless I like super glue them or something like that. So we'll have to fight with those when we go to put this box back in, but it'll be okay. It will be okay. Come on. Okay. Just like that, there's our box. Let me get some of my 3D printed shards out of there. So we still got a Raspberry Pi here, and we've got the Wago mounts. I'll just go ahead and pry these off. They're just on there with VHB. We'll be able to replace that. We'll have 2 little tie downs that we'll add back into the other one for some cable ties, because I'm not going to design in any like cable troughs or anything. Once again, this is going to be straight up and down, so we'll have to disconnect these wires or pry these back off, and we can drop this basically back out. There's how it split out when I drilled through it. which I knew better, and I should have drilled it out, stepping the size up, and I didn't. So that's on me. But yeah, there's iteration 1 done. We'll like I said, we'll put in our we've got our holes. We'll add our 40/40 fan in, and we'll transfer this stuff over, and we'll be able to just pop it back in and get that going again. What else can we work on? Slide that over, and we'll mount our fan back up there. Thanks for the alert, Heathen. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, folks. I'm probably going to call the stream here shortly because I'm running out of things to do where I don't have to either go looking for parts, the BL Touch pens, or wait for a print to finish, which will be a couple hours. And I also need to run some packages to the local UPS so those can get into the system today, and I can send people out their routing numbers, tracking numbers. Happy to catch a stream? Yeah, Pez. I'm glad to have you out here. Good to get people on stream, show off things. There is some flop there. I will give you that. There is. I'm not all that happy with how much flop is here. I don't think that was the issue as to why we caught and snapped the hot end. But I mean, I won't know, but there is it. Like I said, it's the rail. It's because I can grab it at the carriage, and there's movement at the carriage. So I don't know if I've lost some ball bearings or something, but there's movement at the carriage. Same old Shane streaming? Okay. Let's yeah, because I can't really go any further on this without having a print or finding pens. I'll find pens and swap that out. That's pretty easy. Hey, Philinux, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. And hey, Death Ray, sorry I didn't see you in here. Welcome in. So it looks like we're going to not put on an Orbiter 3 on the stream. So I know some people will probably be like, but, yeah, it's no. But if I don't have to, I don't want to redesign a whole bunch of stuff. So we'll put this stuff back in the box. We'll hold this stuff out for yet another opportunity. And trust me, there will be another opportunity. Don't worry. We are going to put one of these in something. I have 2 of them, so one of them is going in something. I will give you that. But we're back on here. We've ordered the couple of spare parts. I'll be able to mount that once it gets here, and then we'll rewire everything up. And if I get time, I'll do that off stream. If not, then Tuesday we'll still be playing with this printer. Hopefully it'll be redone, but let me be honest with you. Tomorrow, well, today I've got to do some running around. Tomorrow, I've got some running around in the morning, and then I'm doing a D&D. Uh, it's called Raven Forge. It's a big charity stream that Raven Forge Games does, or it's called Raven Fest, but Raven Forge Games does it every year. And so I'll be there for that tomorrow all day, or from 12 to like 8 or 9 at night. And then Monday, I got a notice at 6 p.m. last night of a, hey, we're going to have people in town. I sent you an invite to go to lunch for Monday. And I'm like, seriously? At 6 p.m. on Friday, you realize that you had people coming into town and you should invite me to lunch? This is a work thing. Now, mind you, I'm supposed to have my truck there, and Mrs. Dragon has PT and stuff. So I may not I may not go to that. And then Tuesday and Thursday, I've got a bunch of stuff going on as well. So Philinux, we were wrenching on the EnderXY again. And you're going to say, but wait a minute, that printer was working. Yes, it was. I'm going to ask you to look at X, or go look at the video that I posted on YouTube. Once again, Digital Dragon 72. I came in this morning to a failed print and a sheared off hot end. So I'm not sure what happened. I don't think it's this little amount of wobble. Like, yes, there's wobble. The only thing I can think of is this carriage is wobbly. I could go through and replace the whole linear rail. I don't want to. But since we're as torn apart as we are right now, I can replace that whole linear rail, because literally there's wobble in the carriage on the linear rail. Like, I am wobbling this right now. Let me bring you guys in closer here so you can see. Okay. This wobble really hard to tell. There is wobble in this linear rail. And then as I move it out, you can see more and more wobble in it. Probably looks, let me see if this will make it look better, okay? So here we are. This is just moving the carriage. And then this is moving it from the face. That's a good deal of wobble. So I may wind up either swapping out just the carriage. Well, I'd have to take the rail off to swap the carriage out itself. I do have some spare carriages, some spare balls if I need to add balls. So I do have spare carriages as well as a whole new rail. And there's a little bit of play in this as well. I don't know. I don't know if it's just like it might be that there is a ball missing. I don't know. Like, I do have spare balls in here. I can get an extra ball in each side and see if that will tighten it up. If it does, great. Then maybe I'll swap these rails over. If it doesn't, then I don't know. There's play in it. And like I said, I can't use the standard um, metal mounting plate for the X carriage for a reason. So I don't know. I may have to do some more thinking on that. But I'm waiting for parts to come in anyhow. So since I'm waiting for parts, I definitely have time that I can wait for or think on this some more as well if I want to swap out some things. So let's see. Yeah, this could definitely take a ball on each side. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that because this is ever so slight amount of rock, but yeah, this actually, okay, so I added another ball in here and these balls are not moving at all. Well, maybe. Rail's probably a little bit dry as well. Yeah, I'll have to do some rework here. Darn it. Yeah, taking time, thinking things over is always a good idea. Um, because if you rush things, you do things bad, and then you wind up having to go back and redo things anyhow. So take the time, do it right once, and you don't wind up having to redo things over and over and over again. And these are what, Reliabot MGN rails. So probably not the most spectacular rails either. Like these are not LDO or KB3D or Berserker rails or anything like that. These are Chinesium rails off of Amazon. And I know they're Chinesium rails. They're not name brand good rails. So I'm going to call it quits. I will have to lubricate these rails. I mean, I can tell that there was lubrication in them, but yeah. Also tell that there's so black rails look good. Black rails give off all kinds of nasty dust, and then your grease starts looking like this. But anyhow, folks, I'm going to call it quits here. You said Same Old Shane is streaming, so let me get a raid going to Same Old Shane. And partly because my throat just all of a sudden started feeling nasty. So yeah, Same Old Shane looks like he's working on a V0 type printer. So I'm going to get that raid started. And like I said, folks, thank you for being here and hanging out with me today. like I said, my throat started feeling all kinds of McNasty right now. So I need to go, yes, some tea with honey, exactly. And I need to run out and get those Sovels in the out to UPS. Good time. We did some tear down. We talked ourselves out of trying to do a complete tool head redesign. We did, however, redesign the rear box. Partly we're going to cut out this front to make it easier and add a couple of other features to it to help with our electronics. And we figured out, okay, we're probably going to have to take this tool head off, or take the tool head back off, undo the belts, take the carriage or the linear rail off, and either fix that carriage or do a swap on the rail, one way or the other, and put it all back together again. So, yay. So thanks everybody for being here. It was a great day. I will talk to you all Thursday if I don't see you around the interwebs and streams between now and then. And go check out some of the new icons and stuff. I'll try and add more to it later on. Bye now. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please look over here, click the button, like, subscribe, click on the bell to make sure you're notified of future content. And then over here will be a suggested video from YouTube. Thank you all for being here and watching the stream. Bye now.